Okay, let's get started. So I'm gonna try to make make a scene with gardening composition. Let's recap. Last time I was importing this house model, we were looking into making everything look better. And as you can see, the shadows are not calculated properly. It's as if the house is floating, even though we know that it's actually snapped to the ground. And so today's topic is making things look better. So we need more items to decorate the garden. So we'll assume that maybe this side of the house will have driveway. Maybe we'll put a garbage bin or a car here. And the back side of the house, I believe we already have this trap or the down. Forgot the name. Anyway, this pipe that is actually taking the water from the roof. This is where the rain barrel will go eventually. So this is going to be an area here where maybe we'll put some stone tile, and then the garden will start in this direction. Maybe we'll introduce the fences here and there, that we could actually have a proper backyard and a neighbor street going this way. I don't know if all that will be done today, but that's so we had this problem before with the shadows in other scenes as well. The shadows are not exactly connecting to the bottom, to the object itself, but it's sort of like cast a little bit. There's an offset here where it starts to cast. Let's close some of this stuff. We are in game, which has a level container and Dave's backyard. This is essentially what we are doing in Dave's backyard. Everything is imported here. We have some of the HUD, environment, and camera. We were looking into the environment option, so some of this stuff we'll readdress it later. I might have to do some reading, some looking up, because some of these values that are in the environment settings, they're a little bit alien to me. Need to read and understand what they are doing, so that it doesn't turn into a guess game. There is a specific chapter about environment in this is the book that I'm talking about. So engine game development in 24 hours. Let's see. So there's chapter 18 or hour 18 is environments. There's world environment, global illumination. Now, what I'll try to do first, before I dive deep into the environment settings, is perhaps I should be bringing in more stuff into the scene, so that that my eye is not focusing on one little thing here. That's one strategy, that we fix everything, as few items as possible. But eventually, since we'll have a lot of items in the scene, that would be a more realistic end case. You make that look good. You're on the right track. Because sometimes you do an early optimization with fewer assets, and then the more stuff you pile on, the conditions are changing and you have to start over. Which may not be true, but there's that risk. Maybe turn down the background music a bit in case my voice is not coming through. See, you let me know. Too loud? Okay, I believe we worked on a fence a while ago. We could bring in. So let's It's project files, F urban farmer courses, Blender models. Let's just bring them all. I think yeah, and it could be under here, right? Right now we have only fence, like one fence model. Maybe this file will be both fences here. I see. I was working out this poncho thingy. This is the old one. Let's delete the old one because I don't really like it. This is here for punching reasons, meaning this was using the false poncho as the boolean operator object to operate on. We might be done with that. Perhaps what we'll do is this poncho. What I'm curious about is this: if I select all these objects, we do our normal export here. Let's do basic export without material, only selected objects. I think this is good. Back in Godot, export done. So we need to open this. I'm actually going to put this up here. New standard. However, that work is in Constantine, so let's stick with this for now. However, I can't see the data structure. Yeah, so kind of everything is either totally broken or coming full cycle to the point where we are maybe fixing, or we want to fix but we don't have time. So source tree branch that we have here. Yeah, and in one of the earlier check-ins, about the old fixes and then new after. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is go to project data folder. Let's open VS Code so we can grab it properly. This is the file I'm talking about. This has some extra stuff here, and this is okay, but this is not found in the factory because the abbreviation this is the one. Or see, BLD is building, so that's miscellaneous. So MSC building is fine. MSC building is fine, but we need to introduce fencing now. Decision process here in grouping models, varieties. Planting is going to be 99% of the time these will be objects the player will be planting. So this is like fully player interactable object. Equipment is also similar, but there are also some static objects that the game is going to need. Therefore, we will actually need some stuff like this. But most of the time, they will not have properties like this. House is an exception. It will have an activator. But house is not something the player will put in the world. It will already be there. Nevertheless, this system is for designing or for introducing 3D models into the game. So it's not always from the perspective of the player, but it's from the perspective of the game developer. So, but ideally, when we make this data structure, whatever is under certain groups, they can also be exposed to the player, so we can populate the market screen. Possible. Let's go with one data structure instead of creating two separate, one for developer and one for player. So I believe this path here is sort of interrupted. Equipment soil. Perhaps this should be solved. Okay. Soil structure. Here's tools. Then we go to planting. So let's go with this data structure and then see if this works. We gotta refresh the plugin. Let's turn this on. This equipment soil now. Every reference is fixed. Now we can browse everything. So when we want to add fence model. We put it under EQP-STR, so I must have considered this as a whether the player is putting it there or not. Because we are switching from this model to this model of if it's under EQP-STR, our early assumption was that this was going to be player available. But now we are switching to a resource-based data model, and we could be checking things on and off as properties. If this branch has vegetable resource, no, it doesn't. But essentially a resource that is similar to the way Udo is holding it. So we could have on and off and other properties. Maybe we'll have fence represented as a bunch of properties like this that we will say, okay, this is a player available to the player or not. We'll handle it that way. For the time being, for the sake of introducing the game world, we will go and change data structure. Instead of putting it under miscellaneous, let's put it here. Because I already have this EQP-STR fence in the name. And this, I don't quite remember what this A stands for. To do a reverse MD5. In fact, let's try to do that. Using this hash generator. Just need something to reverse it. However, this actually uses an internal key, I believe, so without knowing that key, may not be able to. Is using a key? It's not, because I'm also using an internal MD5. Not, so we could do a reverse lookup. By that, so whatever text I have written is giving me FA. It could just be fence itself, lowercase. FA11 P40. I must have typed fence. Instead, we'll call this sort of type 1 because we did this with the houses too. Okay. And I remember this being there. The reason why that's important is because now I have to de-export this. Right? Yeah. I'm actually curious if this poncho is not visible. It's not being part of the selection, so it's part of the. Curious whether it's going to be exported though during this operation. Seems fine. We are not going to override it. In fact, we should actually delete that FA. After, sorry, undo. This is the name. Okay. Let's go to tools folder. Models. E. str fence. This is the new one. But if I delete it here, import won't be deleted. So let's go to Godot. Hence, this one should go. For this is right now a GLB. This has to be turned into proper scene. Did scene. We have to bind the materials. But let's save it. Now let's close this. Let's see, before I forget. That is good. This is good. We'll bind the materials. Okay, I have to be adding now the fence itself. Is going to have a name. That name will be type 1. We don't know any other property for this. We could just say description. Okay, description is sequence. Okay, the comma here, save. Now let's refresh this area. Maybe I'll put a refresh button here instead of refreshing. Equipment, structure, fence, and type 1. So now this name is matching the scene that we created. As long as there's a match, we hit this button, we are going to have an asset created for us, which is going to be under assets folder, which doesn't exist and it's not listed here. So let's see if the fence is going to be behaving in a certain way that we need to assign one of these or few of these. At this point, I think it is a no answer. So hit this big S button and we have the fence, some other game logic. So now this is the stuff we need to bring in from assets into this area. When I did that, don't know what happened with it, but I'll look into it after a short break. Continue this. I'll keep the screen on just in case want to look at the full house model, but I'll be back soon. So I thought I'd drag this into the scene. Something has happened for sure. Let's hit the undo. Okay, something is kind of there. It's labeled as asset template. Maybe that is a problem. Not sure why it's coming in as asset template. I know why. I mean, the text is asset template, but it doesn't make much sense. Normally, we take a copy of asset template, we label things, and we save it to the drive. Maybe this scene is not saved, even though it looks saved. Save. And actually, you can see everything is labeled properly. So when we drag this into the yard, yeah, I don't quite know why there was a problem there. The fact that it also looked empty makes me think that, yeah, there was a saving issue. Definitely. And so now we have to move this to its proper position up. To the center. To station. 290. We might have to do this the other way around, but I think the way I designed it could be facing either way because everything is perfectly centered, so it doesn't matter. Okay. We haven't even decided where this house is actually going, which direction. Let's see. Let's run the game and then have a bit of artistic. I think this makes some sense because the game is about gardening. You should look at the garden first, not the front of the house. Here's the street. One thing I'm noticing with this model, normals are calculated properly, sort of see-through. Here you can see through. Problem. Edit mode. Will this calculate normals? Done. Do we have that same problem with this? No, that's just shadow. Nope, I think we have the same problem there. Problem though with this one. There is a Boolean modifier. Might have to do this sort of after we apply. This. We have just re-imported the model. We have to this open anyway. Good. Here properly. Now we can actually see that everything here is okay. This, however, is still not okay, but maybe it is okay. It's just yeah, there's shadow cast here. Let's fast forward the time. Save aloud. Yeah, this is clearly a boo-boo. I think there's shadow moving. I get that. Rotate the camera. Yeah, normals are not cut. Now, ideally, I would not want to destroy this. So let's figure out a way to apply normals while keeping the modifier. Weighted normal. But how are we going to know whether this is not is only export it? Back this. Okay, good. Let's run the game. This looks different. Nope, still the same problem. The top face here, or this sort of side-facing face, right here there's going to be a top-facing structure that's not there. And we also need the other facing side here. So those two things, this side and the top side, they are missing because their normals are facing. So it kind of looks flat like this. Fine. Weighted normal. How about I do this? Maybe apply modifiers. If you don't do this, might be a different kind of problem. Let's see. Reload it. Yeah, I'll be fine. Don't save. Close it. Let's move this here so it always goes back to the last one, I believe. Oh, the game was also running. Problem there. Okay, so when we don't apply the modifier, this is explained. However, you see the top of it. So when we apply the modifier, clearly the normals are not the right place. Now, when we do this weighted normal, let's see. I think I removed that. So I don't really know what that is doing. Let's read. Modify the direction of the surface normal. Weighting methods. How about we just do this? Target. Enable auto smoothing object data property. Okay, maybe this is going to be a. So let's go back. We gotta select proper objects. Export. Export. Good. Close it. Open anyway. Close this. Run the game. Okay. Something has happened. This looks promising. Looks awkward. So it did something here. Directional. That kind of makes more sense. Try again. Give up. Of course. Wait for this. And anyway, the fence run. I'm confident. This is matching perfectly here. This might just be the shadow. Now it's not really the shadow. So it would not have any effect. Something like that will catch everybody's attention. Why is this cut off there? Find a happy solution. Target object used to affect normals. Poly. But we do poncho. Okay, so we are kind of using object that we use as the puncher. Let's see. This guy. Wait. Ooh, looks extremely dark. Sort of ghostly looking. Wow, it's as if it kind of took the reverse. Mix mode. Fine. Okay, so many options, so many possibilities. Interestingly, we just have the tops, but not the other. Well, top and that other side. Well, when you turn this way, you'll see the other facings. The opposite. Which means if we subtracted and this happened, copy was doing that. If we multiply, then it might keep both. Done. Even more weird. Okay, now is our time to this off because it clearly creates this here. See if I don't have to do double click on G. I don't really, but this is not the fix we are looking for. Okay, let's disable this. Keep the multiply still here. Okay, top is good, kind of good. Yeah, this is not the shadow, that should have moved. Go back to copy. Then try it this way. I think this time I take them all. The fact that the invisible object is not exported, which is good news. So I think here's my first of all, this is the fence itself. This is the post, right? This is the holy poly. And what is happening to this poncho? Is it coming in invisible in Godot? Let's look it up. Holy poly. It's not even there. So I'm confident that if I create a duplicate of holy poly, which is this, right? I'll duplicate this. Actually do a shift D. Okay. I will call this actually I will call this holy poly. I'll call the original one original to be original. And here's the holy poly, and we'll do this. In fact, we should this way. And in this one, we'll apply the modifiers. Apply. We'll hide the original, and now this. What is this crossroad? Oh, that's just the posts. It's the underlying object data. This was imported from somewhere else. Import. Okay. Click. Okay. Play. Done. Good. Let's assign the materials. To materials, something like this. How do we zoom in here? Just zoom in. Let's select the posts here, then darker color. Perhaps we need more wooden this one. Okay. Might look different in might be editing this in the we're not gonna do this. Yeah, but it actually did it in the scene. On. Here's in the updated glory of itself. And of course it's not coming out. And why are you gray, sir? The fact that this is gray, it means scene fast did not really take those changes. The shame. We actually have a lumber for material. Save. Backyard. There it is. Now hopefully after we apply the modifiers, of course now that we did that, in the holy poly, this one, we need to go in, select everything, some extra faces here and there. I mean, even here it sort of looks after the boolean I think I there was some optimization. It's like do we really need these vertices? Dissolve them. In fact, we should probably dissolve the edge. Some good stuff is it. Now you have weird things like it's like, why don't you have an edge here, but then you do have an edge here? What gives? You do that, not lose the whole facade here, right? The big angle. Very big angle. Sort of necessary though. Yeah. Unnecessary. Or at least I think it is, until I find out it isn't. Subject of another stream. Most likely. There's also some bullshit here. There. It's a lot of weird geometry here. I could be using a newer version of Blender, perhaps, but I think this is the latest. Perhaps there's, I think, 0.4. The Boolean editor is getting some love. And I might have clicked the wrong thing. This clearly looks awful. I mean, it's the most correct geometrically, but you have points from here. Get that? But we have different concerns. In fact, this is really going sort of three-dimensionally. It's not even planar. Ooh. Wow, this plane is not congruent with this plane. That's why. It's problem. Yeah, and we will get to a certain point that we will say, what are we really doing? Essentially, we'll do something like this. Let's do F. We don't want to do that. We want to kind of do this way. F. This. Eventually, we are actually adding. That's kind of inevitable. What I'm curious about is this part. It's going to be connected to this area. But then how do you connect these two? That is then more awkward. Do it this way. X vertices 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. This checks out in my mind. We'll just clean the other. This is going to be. This kind of thing will be reinstated anyway. Do something like here. So that's why I'm not going to remove that. This, however, is sort of all this long diagonal ones, really weird ones. This is also going to be reintroduced. Okay, this will all come back anyway. So let's just finish this phase and then we'll move to the back side. Yeah, I don't remember having this much trouble with the trellis, although I don't think I have imported the new one. So may have the same problem there. A sec. Okay, back to work. Let's do F, but let's correct the right faces. F. If I do multiple Fs here, what happens? It actually creates this, surprisingly. If I do this, this, this. But see, it actually connects all of it. That kind of might be a solution. Okay, so delete this face for edges. Wrong anyway. Because we are getting to that point. We can delete this, this, shift everything. Oops. What? Oh. Did it? Oh, there's always more. Always more. Now I want to select all the faces. Let's do an Alt, click, Alt Shift, this. We probably do a side view and then select. Oh, not that one. Undo. And now we need to select the that way. Now when we do F, oh, was going so well until and then what is exactly happening? The whole other face. Did I accidentally select a different main or edge? Let's hide the posts. How many cubicles we have? 6 by 5, 30 times 4, which is 120, and then the 4 around 104 edges there. Good. We don't have enough, so we are missing 3 edges. We are not edgy enough. 5, 6, 30 times 4. Yeah, checks out. What are we missing here? Really missing something. Okay, let's look at it from the side. Number 3. Turn on this. Let's select all this. 127. Also conserve. So now we are selecting 3 more edges. So let me clean this thing up. To all vertices. Even this number seems foul. Should have an even number, not an odd number.
Being part of it.
So let's do by distance. Do another side selection. There's some kind of an edge here that any sense at all. We select the other face, like other side. We have one less. I'm seeing if I'm accidentally checking this stuff. An interesting challenge. Just want to know why. What would I do to either detect or clean? Selecting all these vertices and doing this merge distance, that's not really doing. Essentially, the confusion here is, repeat, that for each one of these holes, we have 8 vertices. Okay, so when we have 30 of those holes, we should have 240. And then, since the big structure is another 8, we should have 248. Yet we have 5 more vertices somewhere. And that also adds more edges. Problematic situation here. We have loose vertices that we cannot really see. So the best thing we can do is looking from the front. If we select all these vertices and we have the back selection okay too, we have 245, which is a problem. So let's do this. It should be 8. Okay, we have 9 there. We see some. Bullshit word is left here. All that. So yeah, when I was deleting those diagonal ones, we had problem ones. So I think this kind of let us see, right? We had so here's two, here's another one. Go over to see. Okay. Another selection here, 240. Back left. Now this for 248. That is good. It was good detective work. A bit annoying, but for viewers out there who think some stuff is not making sense because you believe your geometry looks clean, but it's essentially not clean. This is how you clean up. Now let's go to edge mode, and when we do F, this is again what we are not hoping to see, but initially I was thinking it was going to fill in the good parts, but not all the parts. So I suppose what I can do at this point, again, go from the front, select this, bottom is fine. Maybe we should do this. We can do something like that. Okay, just to give you an idea, all the front facing bottom edges and the most bottom edge when we do F. But I tested you before, you were doing fine, like you were putting an edge here, we're completing this edge here too. And I did that at the top, right at the top. That's one. So I need to have 7 edges selected, 6 cubicles and 1 top. F. It's only doing it as far as here. It's not good. So my earlier assumption is not correct. Can we go about this way? We have these 8 edges selected. We do F. What happens? It only fills that one. Do side selection again. This mode on. Let's see if we can salvage this. I mean, we've come this way. Go to vertex. If we do F here, what happens is, I guess I'm gonna have to suck it up and then fill in as clean as possible. Such a shame. To exclude those just the middle ones. Which is essentially just the front facing ones. So when you do F, of course you're gonna okay, suck it up. Don't want to try if you no. Do it this way. Still the same thing. However, if I keep hitting F, it is going to keep filling. Other edges. Maybe there is something we can salvage here. Maybe we can still do something like, say, I just want to select these edges. Do F, does this, then does that, does that. Okay, that still helps. Okay, go from the front again. Front as assault. F, 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 F everything. Oops. It's an interesting F. Really, there might still be some bizarre stuff happening with this model. Not everything is straightforward. Let's see. And we'll get back to that. You. Now we can only select perhaps the edges right there. We also selected this edges. So if I do F, okay, it did all the little guys. Okay. How do we go about the big perimeter here? Can we do something like so 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Here's the 10th edge, F. That is still considered one face. That's a big angle. We are okay with that. Do the same thing here. This. Now we were supposed to select 9 edges. Why are you not selecting this edge? Can tell it's not selected. Now it's selected. Edges is 11 because it's 2 times 6, 8, 10, 11. This side has one more cubicle there. F. And here we do this. So that's going to be 9. F it. Is going to be 11, and that's the. Now we repeat this monstrosity here too, because we could extrude. Suppose I'll choose pain. Select all this. F, 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 F. I think I lost the. Is it shift one to do one is front, alt one to go to the back? Cameras. One is front, control numpad. That's the one. So that I don't end up selecting the full one. This F F F F F. Always one. And then we select all this and it. Ooh. It even actually nice. How did I do it the first time with the mini? I selected. Oh, I first did the top to bottom. Did something like now we'll do the. This was 9 and then 10. If it. And this is one extra. Okay. Do all shift N. I must say, during this exercise, I had a shortcut. Kind of made the scene darker. Did it? Kind of stuff looks weird a bit. There's a menu popping up and then I have accidentally chosen a value. I'll save it before I screw up more. Trigger, okay, imported, it's fence. Trigger GLB, open it away, close it. 5. Backyard. This time we are hoping to see a beautiful looking fence because every normal has been calibrated. This is what we would like to see. We were hoping to get this result with a simple Boolean operation. Let's apply some sunlight. Now we don't see that stupid effect here because shadows are now cast this way. So we now have another object that we can use. I think I'll just move this around the copy and that kind of thing soon after I grab some water. First, in this game object, one thing we'll do in the asset itself, not the model file itself. Some kind of mode here. The inspector that we can change in the code, something like this was more visible in the usual format, but we don't really need this post. We need it only when it's by itself, but this middle section will repeat. Therefore, in total, when you have a fence composed of 2 units, you will have 3 posts. So that this one will be shared. For now, we are kind of in creation mode. Let's pretend that everything is okay. Let's put you in a perfect sort of 6. And create a new group. Let's call it fences. Duplicate it. Duplicate it, please. Thank you. How big is this? Am I? 150 centimeters. Yeah. I've been going with 50 centimeter. Right, so in other words, it's kind of this is actually going to be some point here. Maybe we'll have a bar, some kind of stone, or right? So here's the street, here's where the fence starts. So this is 6. So this should be 4.5. So this is the problem that I'm talking about. There will be sort of double posts like this for now. Figure it out later. So essentially, let's delete this one. Sure. We'll keep duplicating this guy and stretch it all the way to the back end. That will be done maybe programmatically later. So I'll duplicate this shamelessly 12 times. Why? Don't. 12 is a good number. It's like. So then each one of these, of course, has to be sort of like this. So let's copy this so we could keep pasting it. The idea. So we select one of these, do this, undo, and then of course we'll even do something like this. I think I'm being silly, of course. Now keep in mind that, but we could do it. We'll just fudge it. something like this, then we'll keep it close. This might be the 12. That was it. So this is a good one. Let's frame this. This is still a good one. This one should be. Because we are going in the Y direction. So let me click this ground and lock it. How do we lock this? There is no shortcut here, right? Here it is. Of course, I shouldn't need this to use it. I don't want to end up selecting it. Thank you. This is going to be 4.5. Frame and zoom in. One of these has to be way out. Still having a hard time selecting things. Going to be one of them will be like this. Maybe not. Maybe this one is -6. Maybe this one is the. Did you? You are -6. Click the house, click this unit. Click the house, click this unit. That is correct. -9. Click this unit. Should be here. This one of you has to. $10.5. This should be 12. Should be 13.5. Some car street here. See the backyard. We'll rotate one of these around. Let's do this one. Shift D. Do 0 here. To trying to eyeball it, but there's most likely proper number here. Because that 1.5 was basically it's the 1 meter 50 centimeters. I think I made these posts how much? How can I see? Okay, because this thing is parented to this. How can I see it without? It's not gonna do it. Interesting question. I think I either did 10 centimeters or 15 centimeters. And I see it here. Suppose I can't. Did you select? When we do Shift G, select groups, just yourself. I think it's 10 centimeters. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. It's 150. Each one of these squares is 10. So this is actually half, another half. It's 1. So it's 10 centimeters. Okay. So essentially, the reason why I'm actually going to this point here is that this unit that we see here is translated here 3. They're kind of 3 meters off to the side here. We do select all. By the way, how do we select all? It's not something I'm select mode. If I'm in select mode, when I'm actually dragging things, why am I moving them? Select. What is actually happening here? That kind of helps me, and I'm going to do control click this or shift click this to deselect. Because this is the move mode, but I'm not exactly in move mode. Let's see, it's in translation mode. Here's the selection coming. Okay, and here I think it's thinking that I'm translating the ground. You know what? This thing is pissing me off, that ground. I'll re-enable it later. What I want to do. Maybe I want to select both the house and the fence, or just the fences. Now I want to perhaps disable this one. So control click this one. Just want to exclude this one. Which is sort of selecting the whole structure, not the selection. Now it's the individual selection. Yeah, this is the part of workflow that I'm not familiar with. Time to learn. Perhaps I'll do something like looking at the house from the front, we say left side. Okay, select all of it. So that's not the font. It's click, partly because when I click this, I click through the hole, which sort of doesn't select it. I have to click the structure itself. So all of you should be in here. Side fences. Okay, now you're 0. Now all of you, it will move you to. You just automatically snap. See, this is the only one that is because of user. I thought there was some problem with the siblings. Apparently, you can't behave yourself. Yeah, like. During the translation there was a problem there, so we'll do something like this. We'll just arbitrarily, I think this is a rounded up number, it picks maybe the last selected one. There's something weird, so we'll just force all of you to -4, then smarten you up by typing -3, all of you so now this is 3 meters from here. Okay, so this is 10 centimeters, so now we can focus on F it, zoom in on F. Actually, can we look at it from top? We can. So now we can actually do this 10 centimeters in. This number that I'm going to see here will make sense. $150, $75. Then let's see, it's kind of checks out. I think it's also going to be visually okay. Either way, we need a new fence group, which we'll call backside fences. Okay, and then this bad boy will come in here. Side fences. Duplicate it. Duplicate it even more. Now this will have to move 1.5 this way each. From 2 minus 2.2 we are going down to minus. Wait a minute, wait. Oh. Yeah. So now this has to be plus 3. Plus 4.5. Okay. Now we need to do this for a while. Let's duplicate it. Do another 1.5. Duplicate it. Oh. Copy this so I can paste it. Is large enough. The car. Suppose we could just turn it around. My convenience here. Duplicate this and we'll call this right side fences. Okay. Then we'll do something like we have 6 of these, so that's 9. Right side fences we'll do x plus 9. Okay. We should be in good shape here. They are overlapping, of course, because hence, in fact, we could have started this one overlap here. Maybe we should. Either way, there is going to be some kind of a mismatch. So it's better if we take this one and move it 10 centimeters more. If we zoom in here, click F. Okay, this is going to be flush, just like. So let's save, run. Let's look at it in all its glory. The ground is of course not enabled. Ground. Here's the fences. Another neighbor's fence, or yard stuff. And this is your gameplay area. It's getting there. business stuff. But the stream is actually continuing with Dave's backyard. Thinking of maybe a tree or two, possibly in the corners. Some raised beds. And this is also a good chance to see where the shadows are going. Because we want to challenge the player. The shadows. Which part of the garden is getting more sunlight. That kind of thing. So we'll introduce trellises, raised beds, that kind of thing. And maybe it's better to have them here where they get most of the sun during the day. Let's actually fast forward the time, or speed up. So starting early in the afternoon, you have shadows cast this way, but still most of the garden is lit. So if we put a long tree here, or tall tree, okay, we'll have some shady areas. Slow down a bit. Still a decent amount of sunlight. Getting darker and darker. So this is nice. There's 6. We assume the sun is below the horizon. There's some ambient light. Maybe the transition is harsh, but the game, it looks a little bit stylistic anyway. We'll keep it. I think we are getting to a point that we could do visual improvements. So let's move this 12 hours. It's morning hours. We might have possibly set the morning hour to 10 o'clock instead of 6 in the morning. Because we do dumb stuff like that for testing things. But nevertheless, there's still sunlight coming. This might be enough for us to test the ambient occlusion and other graphical boo-boos like this. The reason why I'm saying that is because, do I need more assets in the garden? Maybe I'll put the tree too. It's an easy thing to do. The more the merrier. There's fences, right? So we'll introduce another group here. I think I do have a tree model, which I may not have exported into model, but sure. This is a very old one, which is not following structure. It's from the trees. Let's look up this name. Paste it here. This might have been named after round tree. Go to our MD5. Round. E7 and then 5C. Yes. Round. Which means we need miscellaneous building, living things. Hard to name things. I think the best name is prop. Even the building is also a prop too, if you think about it. ERP. Okay. Here's a new section. So here is tree. Okay. Tree has two types. One of them is mount. Description is fucking tree. Okay. Then we have another one of is did I call it coniferous? Whatever it is, this ID, like no. A7F. Equal A7F. Knowing myself, I would have called it. It's good to know yourself. Because otherwise, it's comical. The comical tree. Make an intentional typo. Prop tree. Don't really know what to do with this yet. Save it. Two types of trees. Just have to export them properly. It's as if I exported it, but maybe I don't know, because tree is empty. No, I committed the Blender file but never exported. Is this really ready? I think it is ready. The height looks okay, I guess. I don't think I'm in. No, it should be this one. 1 point. See, this is what I don't quite get in Blender sometimes. You couldn't get to see the children object's height, and yet now I can see individual parts. Why couldn't I do this in the fence? Just see the width of this. This is showing the whole units thing. Not I could see the individual parts when I click the children. And I think here is the same problem too. Yeah, because these objects are 1.5 meters apart. That's what this is showing me. And this Y is actually 10 centimeters. This direction is only Y, it's only 10 centimeters. Because it's square, it's 10 centimeters otherwise. So essentially here we are kind of adding up these two, which is 145, 149, which is 1.5. So this should actually show the total of those two. It doesn't. It always shows one of them. Development. So that could be quite confusing. So you have to take into account 145 plus 1.5. So it's going to be sort of almost 3 meters, which is good enough for our purposes, for our intents and purposes. Here's the tree. Let's actually call this tree. Smart enough. Select objects. Save. This goes into models. The way I label this is miscellaneous living things. That's what I must have thought of. Instead, it's going to be a prop. Means go to Blender, bail out, rename. Okay. The group name is changing. It's going to be a prop. Select objects, export this. Here it's folder. I could have copied the whole name, couldn't I? It's tree, and now we said round, and round was this. Copy from here. Put a dash. That should be it. Okay. Then we do select objects. We should of course turn on good stuff. Okay. Let's copy the whole name this time. Export this. Remembers the old name. We paste the new. Okay. Done. Flamingo, do your thing. We have 2 trees. We need to select and open this new inherited. Here is the scene. Okay, we'll paint this accordingly. So here is models, scene. The tree trunk itself will have brown material. This is the metallic version of that same color. Let's put this color here. Then these cylinders are going to have this one. Maybe this one and this one will have a different, because I said so. Okay. Perhaps it's too drastic. Something like that. Let me see what I did with the other. Okay, this is a lighter one. Keep selecting a sort of a darkish one. This one perhaps? Okay, that's more like it. We'll save this, be done with it. And we've done this from this. Now we're going to open this one. F it. Round part. Tree trunk. We'll do a brown color selection. Materials will go and then pick. I don't know if I apply different channels to this brown. Missing maybe a tree trunk as dark as this, we'll see. And for this one, let's pick a light green material. We will do this one, and we'll see if this one has, this one has a lot of angles. This might actually give us the effect that we want with alternating color. So let's save this. Done with you. Now we'll refresh our plugin information that this is gonna be imported, because it's important for us to choose. Did I save this file? Miscellaneous prop. Oh, one thing I haven't done because the plugin development is sort of going alongside game development, is that in Asset Factory script, there's a section here where we have the legends. Also, there is another legend defined in the game, the singleton. I think this is taking its legend from this file though, for the properties. Asset category, asset group, something like that. So here's legend. Let's do F, nope, command F. Get key from value, get key from. We are actually looking up. So in here, we are going to have prop, going to be prop. Okay, save, fetch the plugin, open the plugin. Miscellaneous prop tree. We have 3 models. The round and conical and these names. Still don't know what we are doing with this. So the conical thing. By the way, don't quite know why it puts us in a sort of different origin point. Create this. I hope I haven't made that mistake. No. Actually, where is your origin? You know, you are good. You're good. Might just be able to save the file, exit. Now you go to the round one, not the comic. Create this. Do F. Here is the beautiful tree. Save. Quit. Now when you do the trees, we're in 0, 0, 0. That's actually a good thing. Now we'll introduce trees here. We'll actually move them inside. We'll move them from the assets folder into the thing like this. Should be all 0, 0, 0. I don't. Well, that's still that. This one is not. So let's move you to the back. Perhaps we should move you this corner, because there's always a long tree in corners like this. There's going to be some kind of wildlife going on here. Let's put a round tree somewhere here. Maybe we'll put a shed here. Something of that sort. First, when I do this, it sticks it in there. Let's stick it out. Are you... Your Z should be 0. Y should be 0. Okay, and then I think your position is good. We could rotate it. But maybe just... Okay. Let's see what Dave is doing. Heat it up. Use the tree's shadow. Okay. So this corner is getting a lot of shadow, let's say. This part is okay. This is getting the morning shadow. In the afternoon, it's still the morning hours. A lot of sun, a lot of sun. Zoom out. So this area is okay, still okay, but there's a bit of shadow going on in this sort of arc. Yeah, definitely this area has more shadow than the center area. So let's take it to 12 hours is sort of in the morning. Let's do this. Okay, this is actually still a little bit early, 2 more hours. Yeah. However, during the day, we should look at the total number of hours sunlight. We have a calculator for that. So there's this sweet spot where it gets a lot of sunlight. So we could kind of do a heat map, light map that's showing which areas gets the most sunlight. Now, I think a big challenge here is the ground is too uniform, and it's going to be broken up by the number of items or different items that we will put in the garden. We could either do that so that we kind of hide the uniformity of the ground, or we create a slightly bumpier ground. Please. We are done with the trees. I think we are kind of done with this too, to be safe. Could import the Mr. Trellis. We've done raised beds, which is a bit of a difficult topic to do the corners, sort of connecting pieces, which is similar problem to the fences. The way they kind of join and then continue or share a certain, share a common side. To do that, to do the stone brick and such, the sun. Let's actually do that. We might even have the models for it. Miscellaneous under equipment, structure. Structures fence. Oh, I put it there myself. Stone tile, we have flat diamond, crystal, ears, brick. Usually I have to remember what they are. Stone tile. So I remember this stuff from my childhood. So this was usually in the garden, and we actually have grass growing inside. One style. This looks like it's sort of health hazard. It looks cool, but then you trip up. You trip and then just fall. Perhaps this gap should be narrower. Okay. I think I call this, let me see what. There's, oh, okay. Flat is, did I call this flat? Might have. This is the brick, this is the flat one I call. This is, I think I call this one ears. Like, look like ears. There's the diamond one, that's the first one I showed. Crystal one is the one that actually looks like it's crystallized. This is a lot of pulleys, I believe. This is only 224 triangles. So we have never really investigated the cleaning options. Maybe this one is simple enough that we don't really need to clean anything. Maybe the down-facing downside faces, right? Down faces, let's say. It's different to do that. In fact, let's do it. this. Of course, you selected the opposite side, so don't do it. When we do this, a lot of triangles. Also, do we really need this? Let me do it this way and then merge it up. That's what we kind of want, right? And then we'll dissolve the edge there. Always more. And let's see if dissolving these edges will make our lives better. Okay. I think we could do the same thing with these edges. And maybe in the end, we'll just have to something funny going. Ah, there has to be a connecting funny. Okay, I get this, I get that. That I don't get. Select all, workspace M by distance. Thing happened. I'm going to create a very big hang-on, let's see. What if we dissolve this? Delete it. Because the goal here is this. If I do this, M lost. I want to dissolve these edges. So just this one. Dissolve these two. Just this. Damn you. Why is this one good? What if I want to create this? Am I missing here? Okay, I merged that. Makes me think I can now dissolve. Perhaps not. Ah, there's a vertex here. Okay, that's interesting. Delete the edge. Doesn't let me do that. When you do this one and this one F, there's also the UVs applied. Okay, I'll get to the bottom of this. Getting stupid. Now behave yourself. Now we'll do edge, this, F. Same problem we faced from the fence, and I'm hoping, okay, do this. All the inner edges are selected, outer edges are selected, you do F, and this happens. Okay. This is when we were doing this F, fills in. When you do reverse or invert, it's this idea. So we kind of have to but also IC. Okay, we gotta exclude the I mean, I'm really asking. This should be okay though. Okay, and then all this is going to be another. If you I do have F2 enabled, right? Yeah. Enables a way to build tries and quads by adding words. Sure. We don't really. Sure. We are not using it for this project. Use active material for faded face instead of close one. I don't think that is making sense for angle, or that's how it's mapped. Yeah, it's repeated clearly. Use active material when creating. Okay. Good. So let's see if this is gonna do something. Let's do Alt Shift this F. It is not. If I exclude this one and I do F, if I do this F, same thing. If I select this one, F it, it's still going to be this. If I F this, it's doing some bizarre stuff. If I do this and this, it is this. There is no edge here. Problem. We select opposing faces like this. Kind of problem. This one, that's going to work for sure, we know that. Default behavior, then we do this. Going to be F'd. Okay. 136. This is probably the cleanest ever wheel. Bottom ones are not included. I mean, heck, I don't. Let's see. That's it. Geographic. Sort of the camp. Enable that cap cavity. Okay, something like this. Okay, what do we want to call this? We want to call this, let's go to photo. We want to call this diamond. Here's the name, stone tile. This has to be called stone tile. Now, you could either keep it in a separate collection, which is conventionally our style, or relabel this and select this one. In this case, I think I'm going to be okay selecting it. Only problem though, yeah, let's create separate collection. We usually call this one peripherals, sort of its own collection. And we don't have that. Let's create this. And we need more collections. So let's create another collection for the flat one. It's going to be called flat. Another one, we did the diamond, so here's the crystal. Let's create two. Here's. And we gotta move you out. Brick. Sort of the texture. Okay. Brick one is the 1F. So you gotta move to make it bigger. This is ordered. So stick it in here. Good. Parting up. This one is flat. Flat one is what exactly? 745. Going to be in 745. Or the one right below this. Okay. Suppose I could just drag them, right? So this is the ear. Ears 9.3 something. Drag. What's this? But yeah, why do you drag the other? Diamond 8F, the diamond one. 8F. Did I have multiple things selected? Perhaps that's why it happened. No. This is ears. This is the crystal one, which should be A4. A4. This. Martin up. Okay. Okay. Now, of course, when we export them, they're all going to say tile, but we'll do node groups and such. We will never go by string names. So we are interested in diamond and the brick texture. So brick is 1F. Turn it on. Let's see. Holy moly. I'll tell you why I'm expressing my feelings in that way. If I could find the units here. Let's see. Thought I saw something freakishly big. Centimeters. 5 centimeters. 40 by 40. Okay. Nevertheless, this is slightly not too big. I think 25 centimeters will be okay. You should also clean this one up too. Definitely not that many. 192 triangles we could optimize. To be honest, for something like this, we may investigate normal texture to bake the normals, but we are not at that point of optimization yet. So we'll do some work here to fill some of these vertices. So essentially this 9 vertices, we should all meet in the center, and then we'll do something with them. We'll maybe dissolve it, and then these edges will be gone now. They'll be flat. In fact, we could actually start doing that. Perhaps they should just be do bust like this. This one could merge here. Okay. One here. This is a proper geometry. Right. Yeah, we have a crevice here. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Going to be an angle. So we'll actually dissolve these edges, these two bits. Okay, that's it. Don't need those pesky edges. Or we could do something like this. Select face, these 4 faces will bridge them. Just one face. Okay. In fact, let's do that for the remaining face. And this is where we have the separation. We that. And if we do the same trick here, what happens? Hey, how are you doing? This one and this one. Perhaps, yeah, it's the same operation that I'm actually getting rid of the vertices. This doesn't change. Yeah, I think I'm kind of leaving the vertices. I'll dissolve them after that. So we are working on Dave's backyard today. Here's progress so far. Testing the shadows, the quality of shadows. Of course, it's done horribly. Looks like the house is floating. I'm gonna work out the ambient occlusion. Probably better. Sunny weather. Supposed to be some ambient occlusion here. Stuff like that. Few cute trees here and there. But I'm right now fixing this stone tile so I can do the front yard. Maybe put a car. These two should be merged. So did you make progress in your shooter game? I think last time you were working out the shotgun mechanics. That was like a week ago. F, F, F. This, and that. Ooh, what's this? Okay, now we have a lot of weird vertices left. This one. Let's dissolve them. What if I collectively dissolve them? I'm curious. Sometimes it does a good job, sometimes it's depends on where I left them. Right? Yeah, like that one. Yep, especially this one. Spend some time extending Unity. Always a big and good challenge. You can build level in Blender then run custom tool. Yeah, that's the part that I think I remember testing. Yeah. No more hand placing. I tried to work out a system like that. That I was writing a Blender plugin. But writing plugins in Blender is really difficult. I found a tool. I haven't tried. Essentially, you turn on. It looks like a shading editor. You're writing plugin code by connecting nodes. I haven't tried it. Might make things really easy for me. I'll give it a try. Otherwise, I'll probably do that plugin idea in Godot. What is supposed to happen here? Why am I in this bevel mode? Let's dissolve you. I think with this one, I'm happy to merge you. Good. More vertices. This one. So, also this crevice one. More. So, not good. I deleted the wrong one. Okay. Let's save before I make any mistake. I can make a stupid mistake. So today you built a big planetoid level with its own gravity and placing things. drill your way through some documentation on the internal serialization of unit editor. Works. Anytime I hear the word serialization, it's kind of it means there's either something so complicated or something has gone terribly wrong. That kind of people either lost data or okay. So I'm glad you worked it out. So speaking of serialization, yeah, we are going to change our data model, and I was working on a technique very similar to scriptable objects, which does its own serialization automatically in Godot, which is very easy to do. So I completely understand where you're going. If I'm chasing single words on edges like you can use select similar. This one is done, but I'll keep that in mind. Can you select similar? Select similar, there you go. Said pick by number of edges. Amount of connecting. Maybe this one. Yeah, that one. Amount of connecting. No vertex selected because there's nothing loose there, I think. I think we might come across that soon. Let's turn on another collection. This is the one we'll export for sure. There's this one. We are not interested in this one. Definitely not this one. This one. Actually, I cleaned this one up too. So. Yeah. I clean this one up here. Just for argument's sake, let's try to clean up another one. So maybe this one might be clean enough. You never know. Look at the underside. Here's a face. Delete the face. Simple enough. I don't think this needs more. Okay, maybe this one. Maybe we'll come across something like this. That okay, select similar amount of connecting edges. Huh. Okay, first of all, we don't want these here. I'm okay with this being hang on. So this could just be merged to one of these. Then I'm going to dissolve these edges. Yep, you were about to say that. Hopefully, anyway. This is okay. Sort of okay. Let's delete the bottom faces. Or we merge. Actually, I didn't have to do that. They've just done one big F. Like these. Delete the faces. Huh? Okay, so ideally, I'd like to bring these ears closer to the main structure, or I want to bring the main structure closer to the ears. I think bringing the main structure out, simpler task. And how do we do that? We do this, we do Control Plus to select, do more, go out, and that's it. We selected it. Game will triangulate. Keeping edges on faces like that. And fix shader on face. Yeah, that was the down facing part again. This is the part where we might have the problem, but we'll see. We may not bring this into the game, or maybe, I don't know. This is a weird piece. Let's do S. We'll do S Shift Z. Something like this. S Shift Z. Be less than. This looks okay to me. It's not flash, but I'm okay with that. Perimeter. Looks better. That 8 vertex surface on top could have 2 parallel edges. Making it 3 quads and 6 trees. Let me see. 8, 1, 2, 1, 2. No, you mean like the outer 8. Okay. So they have 2 parallel edges. Making it 3 quads and 6. Oh, you mean like say from here to here? So we have like one face. 6. From here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's a face. Yeah. Yeah, that's the worst case scenario. That, like, we'll have to do our own plots there. It was actually initially 2 horizontal, 2 vertical, but I got rid of it. Merged all the, because it was really like this. Let's see if you can do like this. And then it was actually like this, but I got rid of it. You can already see some kind of effect here. Because I did not hit the J. I did F. Backfired. F in my face. It. Yeah, it still triangulates anyway. If you merge in the center too, it's maybe like instead of 4 vertices, we could actually do this too. Center. That's actually 6 fewer triangles. Yeah, I'm okay with this so far, and also this is never going to be animated. You could have merged all those faces too. The sad thing is this is not the tile I like the most, so it may not be used anyway. So this is what's going to be used. Let's check the size here. Let's first do the rotation. Of course, you gotta select something first. You gotta scale this. Okay, I'll actually do scale and apply again. 5 centimeters. too much. So if you do S 30 cents. Did I decide 25? I did say 25. Okay. A rotation scale. This is done. You never calculate. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to guess the scale in the game engine. Or I think, yeah, you are looking at it and then scale it in Blender after you. Well, my father is a mathematics teacher and I studied computer science, so it would be a shame if I didn't do proper math. I mean, I'm not doing rocket science, but if I didn't do it, it would look bad on me. So, a bit of math is okay. So, maybe more important part here is the way we bring all this in. Select objects from here, port, sky, models. As usual, I forgot to copy the name, which is super important. Select objects. This guy. Paste the name. Choose this. Sure. No material is exported. It's good to go. Back in Godot, it did something there, which is good. Let's call stone tile. This is interesting. At some point, I must have imported this stone tile, which starts with the name this, which means, oh, the crystal one. That could stay there, it's okay. Here's our model. We'll double click, we'll create a new inherited scene. To F, here's our model, tiny looking thing. Let's create a new scene out of this. Let's click the tile, or the tile one. Let's pick a material. This looks like concrete, but this is kind of like a brick texture, although concrete. Maybe we'll expect it to look a bit orangey, maybe some or red like this. Pretty sure this looks like shit, but let's see. So close the scene. Let's go to Urban Farmer Tools. This is the brick. Everything is matching. So similar to the way you are doing your Blender Unity thing. So here is the plugin that I wrote a while ago, which checks for a file in the file system and it matches this name to create another game asset here in a separate folder with some behaviors. So when we hit this button, all this is written for us. Maybe this will be extended later. We have a proper game object. Now into Dave's backyard, create an empty group here. We'll call it let's call it front yard for now. Go in there and now let's bring in that brick. Is this one, F1? This one. Here's a brick in its glory. Zero it in, out. Okay, we'll just duplicate this a shit ton of. Now, this is where I might have to investigate in Godot how to do multi-mesh so that these are not all separate objects, which would kill the performance, that kind of thing. Catch up with the chat. Files nowadays are even blue, doesn't matter what color. Yeah, true. Let me look at this in the game, which is something we are trying to change in. So it's at the front. Let's rotate. So here it is. I kind of like it. It's a bit weird, but sure. Let's give it more morning light. 9-ish. This is the part that is actually missing. That's what we are trying to figure out. It's environment thing with the ambient occlusion and such. Let's run it again. Move this aside. And let's pull Godot interface here. Here's the camera. Let's move it 6 hours forward. Okay, first of all, this shadow is pissing me. There's an offset with the like where the shadow starts and where the object is. That is a big no-no. And I might have something to do with that. Now, where did I change that long time? If you're not doing procedural, then you don't need to make it that. Can you assign 2 materials in the engine for one model? You can. You need different color for gaps to highlight it. Yeah, I'm actually trying to create that 2-color aspect with the effects here, with either ambient occlusion or if it's not possible, then I will separate the crevices. Then, but he, you know what I like about Godot? I don't know if this exists in Unity. It might. I haven't used Unity, but this is what I really like. So if we go to scene, go back here. So there is the material that is assigned to the mesh. This is the default one that Godot assigns, or as soon as you export from Blender. This is your typical albedo white. There's nothing special about this. Then you have a material slot that you assign to the mesh instance, because this mesh itself could have like a sub material like this. You have this material, but in the geometry you could override the material, and maybe this is where you do your highlighting. Temporarily you add something here and you take it off. But there's something even better. In each one of these spatial materials, there's an X pass which could be assigned another material like this. So you could have a cascading effect. So in a sense, you're not really assigning multiple materials to a model, but it kind of looks like that. You are overloading the material with more properties. So you kind of get maybe what you're asking. So if you write some kind of shader, that already this shader knows that this area looks darker than the rest, could make this pop even more with some kind of like next pen. But hopefully I won't have to do that. Let's go back to our environments. And now how do I set the light? Directional light. Sun. Okay. Let's pause the scene, see if this is going to be behaving itself. I have to minimize this or resize it. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one to the left, this one to the right, and do the right thing. Directional shadow mode, fine. Normal bias. I may have to read this up. I may have to do some real reading from this book. Chapter 18 or hour 18. So I'm gonna hold it up longer so you guys can see the name. Those Sam's books, 24 hours development books. Because I might have to trigger global illumination and I might have to put reflection probes. Even though it's low poly, I kind of don't know what I'm doing with the lighting. World environment resource, that's where we are. I did try a few things in the past, but I don't remember what settings I used. I don't feel comfortable. I could just play with it, that is true. I started this project with the assumption that, let me actually show you the assumption. Normally when it's dark, like say at 6 o'clock, take this to 6 o'clock. Zoom out. Around 6 o'clock you'll see no shadows because sun goes right below the horizon, so of course there's no angle and actually you are seeing shadows getting longer and longer. And I've seen this in real life. It kind of looks, but 6 o'clock there is no sunlight, and yet the scene has sunlight because there's ambient light turned on. I'll just pause the game. Now most game engines do that. The environment setting in the ambient light, there is always some kind of like illumination. If you do this pitch dark, probably have to restart my. Sometimes those changes are never applied. Re-enabling it at some point. I think 10 hours and then fast forward the time. This is not what I was expecting. There is something else going on here because there's too much going on with this. Okay, I think we might be turning on the moon. Anyway, let's backtrack. What I'm trying to say is I just wanted to have one light source, that is sun. Another, if the sun is not out there, it's pitch black, and then I would introduce moon as casting another light. But if moon didn't exist, it would be pitch black. So by balancing only two light sources, I could do a proper global illumination. By global illumination, I mean sort of the ambient illumination, not game object global illumination. By assuming that if there is no light source, ambient light should be black. Normally game engines start this with a gray color, which kind of illuminates things. The reason why I'm actually approaching it that way, so that I would have good sense of control over my light values, light objects, say directional light, spotlight, whatever. Because when this is contributing some light to the scene, then all the other values are already skewed, and that's like a guesswork right from the beginning. I don't know why. Like game engines do that so that you kind of get to see stuff. Otherwise, everything would look black. I get that. But then all your values are fudged anyway, so I don't want to do that. So reading your last comment, it's in summer, it's 21 o'clock. Actually, we'll have it in the game depending on the time of the year. It's gonna be dark at 9 o'clock, or maybe approaching winter, it's gonna fall back to 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock, that kind of thing. So that makes it even more important that like when the sun or the directional light is in the sky, or the rotation value in the game, so that as long as we know ambient light is dark, we know when it's going to be pitch dark, either 9 o'clock or 5 o'clock, depending on summer or winter time. So there's a bit of number fudging. There's a bit of like investigation here too. Tricky. Chapter 18. World environment, panorama sky. There's also the sky topic here. Sky contribution background. Whether you have sky or not is also changing. I'm going to go to Dave's backyard, but I'm going to open the world environment here in Inspector so we can see effects. Urban environment, this is the one. Procedural sky. If I change this to, this is what I'm talking about. Like when ambient light is black and there is no sky, it's clear color. Everything is going to be black. In this case, there's only directional light. Let's go to 6 o'clock. Yeah, and then yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I think at 6 it'll be pure dark. There's this metal surface here. Okay, now the moon is 4. There's some contribution, but I think you get the idea. Now there's global illumination, backlight. One thing we'll use backlight. Don't really have anything like that. Reflection probes. That's the end of the chapter. Okay. Adjustments. Auto exposure. Green space effects. I suppose we could have sky. Procedural sky like that. Could have the sky contribution is 1. Let's see where this is leading us. Let's start with the most basic here. And I think I'm gonna try to put us around 6 in the evening. That would be under Control Alt O, time. Yeah, we put it under data in the end. 8. Singletons, autoload. Data, which is terribly named right here. Date. Hour 7. Let's do 7:50. 10 minutes before 6 o'clock. We are starting. Several minutes later. So directional light is not affecting anything, but because we have this guy, that is actually adding some stuff. Oops. Pull this here, this, move here. Yeah. If only we get that bigger, please. If only the procedural sky, this values work. affected by time of the day, right? Because we will have cities in this game, and we will introduce latitude and longitude. We could plug those values in here. This will actually do the trick. So let's run the game again. Move this here. But this time I kind of really wanted to morning values. Okay, here's the sun. Let's say longitude is 55. Star value. I was hoping to see the wild. Oh. This shadow is still affected by my directional light, which has nothing to do with this. Yeah, because I'm kind of bypassing all this anyway. What's the opposite of sunrise? Sunset. Yeah. Anyway, sunrise in summer it's 4:30. And yes, we'll definitely plug in those values. Like it will be automatically calculated. So if the player plays in a city where it's in the southern hemisphere, we'll even take into account kind of the opposite of winter and summer conditions that most people experience in North America, or sorry, Northern Hemisphere. Because what is summer could be winter. In the south, generally speaking, where I am, we are going to have seasons. So we'll have snow, rain, and maybe sort of windy weather, that kind of thing. We will be playing the whole season, every day of the year. That's why we have this fast forward a month or 2 weeks, that kind of thing. Could be moving forward a few months to skip to the next season. I believe we implemented some fast forwarding sort of effects like this. There's this sort of like in movies you see the seasons are changing, shadows are moving fast, and then there's a slowing down effect. It's not perfect, but it's getting there. Maybe the effect has to be more pleasant to look at, but even in this stage it's not so pleasant to look at, which is the task that I'm trying to do. Skip that many years. It's always 5 seconds, I think, or 6 seconds. Let me try to skip it 10 years. Anything that is above, anything that would normally take 5 seconds or like 6 seconds, I think that's the cap. 10 years will still be 5 seconds. As you can see, we just moved 5 or 6 seconds. So we are on year 12, day 139. Let's skip another 10 years. Start counting. So has that been 6 seconds? I think so. We have arrived. Yeah, I forgot the real value. We are a team of 2, so sometimes we collectively come up with ideas, but another person is applying the numbers. So in 5 or 6 seconds were mentioned, but maybe the implementation is a bit longer. Yeah, definitely. The trees are not in the current scope of the game, but it could be. And in that case, yes, you're right. Moving by years is important. The difficulty or the challenge with fast forwarding is when you have to rely on the weather. It is going to bring enough rain. That also you have to give enough nutrition to your crops. If you are fast forwarding and the plants are needing some stuff and you're just going to kill them, there is a part, the dangerous part to fast forwarding. And it might be a bit too late to realize. Stop things in a minute. But definitely that's the idea we have about the year. Maybe that will be enabled if the trees are in the game. Disabled if there is no tree playing scenario. But how can we make this scene look better is still our concern. So then maybe this will look better too. Could remove years and add max caps to how much time. Yeah. But even moving 21 days or 15 days, because each day takes a second. I think even like moving a few hours takes a second. So there's a bit of sort of time dilation here. Moving 2 hours, I think that takes like maybe half a second. I don't know. Like there's some kind of I forgot the math here. These two take a second, or every day takes a second. But when you get to a certain point that it's going to take more than 5 seconds, I think we have a cap number. This actually takes, or not, I don't know. I have to double check that because I can certainly see the effect. But yeah, it took 2 seconds. So let's get to the morning hours. 10 hours, 9 hours, morning-ish. Yeah, see, moving it 9 hours moved everything kind of like really nice. But it only took 1 second overall. So let's go back to urban environment background, auto exposure. Let's enable this. Looks extremely exposed to me. Maybe that's a good thing, I don't know. Max Luma, min Luma. It's not really doing anything. I remember tone map, linear or filmic here. This was a definitely too. Kind of like this. Okay, let's do 0.5 here. Takes the time needed for the camera to perform auto exposure. That's what I noticed when I do 1. Okay, 0.5. There is a gradual change there. Interesting. Can I use this as if like there's a smoother sunrise, getting darker and darker at night, and here's morning hours. Let's do 1. This is the speed it takes to get to that. But if we bind this to a script that is gradually changing it, this is not going to be that. Okay, I still, okay, this is perhaps too bright. Let's do this one. We did this. Let's disable it. Adjustments. I don't think it's doing anything because this is all default anyway. Let's not get into glow yet. This is where some of the important stuff is happening, but light is also very important. This light source is still very problematic, which is in environment, sun. So this shadow detail is sacrificed in exchange for a smoother transition between splits. You can already see some effect here. Here. When I turn it on, we are sacrificing. This is the offset, I think. Eventually, we'll have to fast forward the time to going to be so this. So, yeah, let's see this. Normal bias 0.8. Increase it. Decrease it. All the way down to 0. Why do we still have this shadow starting here? Okay. Bias split scale. If it's doing anything, it's not really known to me. Depth range. These are all the default split values. I think time to go back in time. If I recall, I worked on a marketing scene a long time ago. It's missing yellow pepper. Open anyway. Unexpected end of file. Bad. Yellow pepper models. Mixed dependencies. What if we say instead of this, you should use models pepper, planting PLN, vegetable pepper. Any one of these could do, because I'm anal, I'm looking for pepper. Okay, we just fixed it. Open. Okay, I do remember this global illumination. Holy moly, pepper plant. That's the one that I ended up bringing later, the fixed one. This is the wrong one. We'll disable that pepper plant. In fact, this is actually disabled anyway. Yeah, I'm checking the wrong one. Yellow pepper. Yes. Red pepper zoom in. Because this one's shadow is okay. There's also another scene that I made with raised bed. That one was also okay. So we could eliminate this problem. Directional light. So these are the good values. We'll copy over. Number 18. Number 18. So we'll just say 0294 for the first split, and then 0484 0505, and we have the blend splits on. Check. Normal bias is 0. Bias split scale BSS, and depth range is optimized. Maximum distance is 20. Under light, we have color. This looks all default. I don't see any changes. Bake mode is indirect. Okay, shadows here. I think that's already enabled anyway, right? Color is black. Bias is 0.06. 0.05 contact. That contact was also important. This the shadow contact. Reverse cull phase is not gonna set because I'm not marking it's on. World environment, outdoors, clear color. This is already where I had the right idea. This is on. The bias here is beam occlusion bias 0083. Quality is high. I think that's medium in ours. Reflections is on. But everything else is the same. Auto exposure is not on. I think it's on in ours. On map is linear. We'll see. This is not the best rendering, but going back to environment, this one. Let's we'll get back to this. Let's fix the sunlight. Let's type, let's do rounding, 0.3, 0.85. This one is 0.545. Maybe 5 is enough. Blend splits is okay. The shadows are already on the other side, so should move 12 hours, 16 hours. Normal bias is 0. Bias split scale is 0. There's some difference. Depth range is optimized. Maximum distance is 20. Still no substantial change. Indirect. This was all default, I remember. Shadow is enabled. Bias is 0.06. That actually made it. Context is 0. Reverse cull phase. This is also. That's the fucking thing. Why is this reverse cull phase? Yeah, that's the most drastic thing to do. Nothing is floating. Is this really solving most of our problems? We still would like to see some ambient occlusion here. Now let's save the scene. Let's go here. This is enabled. Noise is actually close enough. Okay. Quality is supposed to be high. Don't see any change. Let's do reflections on. No change. Let's disable this auto exposure and we'll remember this 0.5 min luma. Okay, writing it down. Do this off. On map to off 2. So here's some difference here. This area, the shadow looks go back and forth. Okay. There's more exposure here. With the default one linear, shadow is more pronounced, but it's sort of kind of look washed out, right? Here, there's more vibrant look here because the sunlight. This looks okay too. But I can definitely see the reflection of this pipe, sort of looking metallic. Let's see if this is, that is definitely needed. What else can we do? Well, at least we fixed that shadows acting weird floating problem. You might still have a bit of a problem. No, this is actually the window sills. I was thinking whether this shadow was the result of this. Slowly but surely we are going to get the house, this rooftop shadow coming down. That's actually going to happen at noon anyway. Getting there. The balcony's shadow. Let's look at that piece of brick. This looks okay now, see? At some point there was a weird quality of the shadow was speed up a bit. I'm actually okay with this most. However, to be honest, I still don't get see, that's the difference between rendering in Blender and doing photo settings. Where is file and stop? This is the kind of thing that I want to achieve. This is, of course, there's a filter here on top too. But this is the effect. This proper ambient occlusion, that kind of thing. There's this kind of sort of like reflective part here, and we could do that with some material there. there's a bit of graininess here that is also affecting to the overall sort of like cuteness. Here we don't have that grainy effect. However, I don't know, maybe I'm biased. It's as if looking at the more complete scene makes me feel different about what I'm seeing here. Maybe if we had more green stuff here, things look better. I can already see these things looking. Right? There might just be a lot of missing elements that I'm... Maybe this is what I need to apply. Maybe we'll do color correction and see what happens. Which asks us to bring a texture. Mode. Going to be weird. Oh boy. What if we remove this? There is some hope. The back part is maybe not that important. Let's focus on this area. Okay, we can definitely bump up the saturation a bit to give that popping effect. Let's not abuse it. Let's do 1.3. Okay, this is still better than this one. Could even go maybe 0.4, maybe 1.4. Color correction is effective only if adjustment enabled is true, which is this anyway. Yeah, I think my mistake here is when I loaded the texture, it was not marked as image texture, which is something that I think I did in one of the add-ons that I'm using, this one. But this is asking for normal textures. Yeah, I have to look into that. Interesting. So here's the difference. Being glow enabled. A bit of that bloom effect, okay. Depth of field near far blur. With this. Holy moly crap. Distance. Perhaps the distance has to be 15 meters. This looks too funny. Transition is the length of the transition between the no blur area and so if the transition is high, you do this is like 1. So it's a sharper transition. You see, if this is 10, it takes I see. So it's still kind of yeah. This is the transition area. I'm guessing 15 is sort of the back part here, and then 15 minus 5. I'm guessing that it's using some of that distance portion. Because what if this is 20? Yeah, that's it. Because then there will be no depth left, no distance, because it's transitioning. It starts to transition at a farther distance than this far distance to create the depth of field. Amount of far blur for the depth of field effect. Quality is high. Yeah, maybe this should not be 10%. It's too drastic. Maybe we'll do half. Bit of okay. Distance, and this distance being The 7 is sort of from the camera, sort of 7 meters ish. So perhaps this should be 0.052. Quality is high. Position. This is the same idea. So let's make you 5. Let's keep you default there. Maybe we should rotate the camera. See the effect. So here it's hard to see the depth of field of the far part, right? More visible here. And for the near parts, let's do another bumping up. 4 is, I think, okay. And then the transition is again when you put it up. This time we need to take it down. Let's see. Change the amount. I'm going to pull this to the other screen so that or I know what I'm doing. Can keep an eye on the chat for a short period of time so you guys can see my changes live. So the distance or the transition, let's change the distance. This is the distance part. Perhaps this is not a smart decision. Because we kind of see almost the 1/4 of the screen, or it's as if there's a circular area here, or not. I don't know, I'm seeing this blurry too. But maybe it's too deep. Let's do 4. And then there is really no effect at all. Let's do 6 or 5. 6. There's a bit of effect here, so I'm seeing it here too, which kind of focuses us here. So I'm gonna go with this, and the transition will be 4. So when I do actually 3, I see. What if I set it to 6? So my thinking is that it uses all the distance 6 to transition. So both are 6, 6. And I think I'm seeing the, can't be sure, like clearly I can see the far depth of field, and yet, oh, I think I know why. I know why. It's hard to express, but blurry. Let's zoom in. Why is this not blurry? Again, not blurry. My understanding of this So the distance between this object and my eye or the camera is not 15. If it's 15, in this case, we have the blur. That's why I see it here. Here. And in here, we are sort of zoomed in and we should see things clearly. So the only part that is then confusing for me is the near blur part. When I say 6 is the distance, what is supposed to happen? I zoom out. Okay. What is this sort of like a weird effect here? Transition is 6. If I change that, is happening because of some other effect we have, or let's change this. Okay. Change the distance. Okay, let's keep this 2, which isn't much. Okay. Some blurry. Okay. Here's the. Okay, I'm not going to do near blur because this kind of looks weird. People will think this as defect. I think so. We have far blur. You may look into how to make that a better effect, but this is it. This blurriness. I think this is already looking a lot better than a few hours ago when we first. And I'm going to pull the screen back again so we can go back to the interface here. I'm gonna check the book to see if there are some parts where I can read light shadows. No, verse 16. Fictional light stuff. If the light property negative is enabled, the light source will emit shadow. Remove light from other source. Something that I investigate. Light properties negative. Okay. Color is color, which is white. We might have to change that to a tint of yellow. The energy is important. Specifies how much of a specular highlight the materials will receive from the light source. If the value is 0, the specular property of the materials won't have effect. We might have to set this to 1 to see if that it's sort of like 100% and the material itself is deciding how much reflection it's supposed to contribute. So setting this to 0 is essentially cancelling the specular property of it because it's multiplied by this. But by setting this to 0.5, you're essentially halving the values you are setting in your materials. So in my mind, any setting that is actually defining the contribution should be set to 100%. So you're not. This is my general problem with the whole value system here. That you have ambient light, which is a tone of gray, and you're fudging numbers in other areas. Light sources, shadow qualities and such, and all those numbers are just multiplied, added to each other, and then it turns into a whole other guess game. However, This is where we'll actually check this reflectiveness this specular property of the pipe. I remember giving some specularity to this. So let's take it down again to see if we are actually bit of it at least, but or when the material has it, does it overwrite this so that this is not taken into account? Really? Okay, let's restart this scene. Also go to morning out. Go down. Okay. Here's the pipe. All pipey. This really has no effect at all. I'll keep this one in case. Pal mask. This is what is called. Literally, that's that. Bake mode is indirect. That's fine. Direction of light. Omni light. We are not. The lights yet. Spotlights. No. Other light sources. Ambient and skylight. Shadows. Sets the color of the shadow. Realistic shadows are usually black, but you can change. But in fact, sure. Bias. Adjust where the shadow should begin. This is a useful setting for self-shadowing meshes. I think we are done with that. Contact is 0.05. I think as soon as I did this, which actually solved problems, we are already in a happier place. Perhaps this let's forward a bit. What happened? Okay. Contact. If the shadows aren't touching the bottom of an object, you can adjust this value to increase the contact point. I think it is touching now. We made sure of that. It's still sort of like not touching, maybe here and there. Like not quite. So we'll do 0.05. And I think it is perfectly touching. So we have a happy setting here. Reverse call face. If enabled, this uses the reverse face to cast the shadow. So this is the horrible setting. So this is causing a lot of problems. You can actually see, I think, a lot of the problems. Directional light shadows. And we are already using parallel split shadow mapping, PSSM, which is this. We are doing 4 splits, so it actually calculates shadow zones. Omni light shadows, we might have to read that later. Ambient occlusion, okay, this is an important topic. There are essentially two possibilities for adding ambient occlusion into the. We actually discovered this last time. There's the screen space ambient occlusion, which you change in environment settings, which is okay, right there. And there's also the contribution made by the material, so the occlusion texture material. This one has the advantage of being generated by the engine, but it isn't as good looking as a properly crafted occlusion texture. Interesting. So problem, okay, this is the, okay, I was going to talk about a different problem, but here's a quality problem. We'll investigate this. This is happening around 1 o'clock, or when the sun is sort of kind of coming from perpendicular direction. This sort of thing happened on the other side of the building when it was later in the day. However, the other problem that I was just noticing about this SSAO, about the good looking portion of it, that our models don't have textures applied to them. So although they are suggesting that you could have a good looking ambient occlusion if we apply a texture, our problem is in our game we don't have textures applied. We have flat colors. However, I still noticed, let's go to our let's see, Dave's backyard. Let's choose the house. Let's go to the house. Here's the house model. Okay, here's the house. Go into the house. Click this. Why can't I select things? Okay, here's the house. Here's the material. This material has ambient occlusion turned on. When we turn it off, stuff happens here. That stuff happening. Here's ambient occlusion or shadow or something. Turn this off or not. Why do I remember this thing? You remember that? Okay, I'll read this section soon. Pass with this first. And then maybe dinner will come. We'll conclude today. Well, maybe I'll take a break and then continue later. Let's see if this is actually affecting this area. And yet I remember. Let's keep this one here and then let's call the world environment urban. This one. This is enabled. Light effect. Maybe I actually. Yeah, I think. AO channel effects. Yeah, I did something here. Click here. Yeah, I would like to see ambient occlusion here. Let's restart the game. I have a weird suspicion some things are not updating. Yeah, I can already see some 13 hours, sort of morning-ish. Focus on this area. this particular area, we are going to enable this.
Yeah, folks, I don't wave, I claim the red that makes my followers slaves to my harmony. I play, they dance. I play, they dance.
Okay, let's go back to this.
Dance the bus.
First of all, let's just enable and disable. Okay, there's definitely something going on.
They can even tangle to my ancient temple.
Intensity.
I let them break dance on my back.
Perhaps this looks
Electric slide along my promised land.
this really has no effect.
Or the wavy away getting bad vibes.
Okay, when this was 1 and this was 11, it's like this, but the radius is going to be high.
I listen
Sort of
to their
smoothing it,
hearts beatboxing.
right? And blending it in. And then intensity is going to be 22 here, which is going to, let's do this one. Let's change this one. Let's make you 11. So what is this? Secondary screen space occlusion intensity. The first one, primary. Something is happening.
Connected to me, their cosmic stage. They don't care what price they have to pay. As long as I snap my fingers and they're on my dance floor. Reverberations without compensation. False sense of equality as I equalize them by my touch. Soft but real giving fat. I am the DJ. Can you see the
Thing is definitely changing. Light effect, let's change this. It doesn't have much effect.
borrowed lyrics just for the slow jazz when I feel BTS
Very soon, very soon.
we've reached the climax.
So I'll be continuing editing, continuing fussing with these values after dinner break,
My disco final eyes.
because certainly there are a lot of settings here.
My work here is done. A moving club is.
Perhaps this side is too exposed, and that's actually expected.
What did you say? Where is my next gig?
Ideally, when we zoom in this far, I don't want to see
Your heart. Maybe in your heart.
harsh transition like that. Maybe it'll be something like this. Maybe intensity will be a little bit bigger, but then radius will also be compensating that. Certainly, there are a lot of values here. This bias is also, this is coming from the old numbers. Changing this is also doing something. We'll look into this. So, lunch or dinner break, and see you after. Okay. I'm still trying to figure out how the desktop audio versus the Twitch soundtrack thing works with background music. I guess I might have to reverse the channels because one doesn't seem to have activity and yet I can hear it. Okay, so before the break, we were looking into ambient occlusion and quality values. The game has been running since then. This bias part that we brought in 0083, we took it all the way down to almost zero-ish. There's apparently some magical meaning around this number so far. This has some effect. Call this 1 so that this is affecting the material. This is the same idea that I was talking about with the reflections, that this is actually going to be 1. No. That one? One of these things was whichever one was that, I don't remember. Kind of makes sense that it should be on the reflections, and yet was, I think, about reflection like effect. Oh, it was under directional light settings. How much of the material's reflection value or the specularity is affected by directional light. That's fine. So similar idea. Let's bump this up to 1, 2. I know what I'm doing. Edge sharpness. Let's fast forward 1 hour. So this looks like shit. So this has no impact at all. Okay, interestingly enough, okay, the bottom of the building, okay, perhaps too much. This, but then again, I might have to set that to 1 and adjust something somewhere else. Oh no, this really has no effect at all. Indirect light. Okay, because my light source is indirect. Yeah, I don't think this will make it. Here's the bias. Changing stuff. So when it's too biased like this, it's lit here. What happens here? Take this down to. We are bringing it in. So let's call it 0.5. Okay, this is exposed anyway. You're not going to lose these values, right? 0.502. Those values. Here's the difference. Bit of difference, not much. Perhaps this saturation is too much. This blurry. Most global. Okay. Okay, I think I see the meaning of this, definitely. So, do this. Filmic. Let's go filmic. Problem is, I think this is a result. There's ambient occlusion, definitely. Doesn't look that bad. This is a different problem. This is a shadow problem. We have to look into. It's happening around 1 o'clock. Okay, we won't have ambient occlusion here because it's actually exposed. We will have it maybe on this facade. Here's see it or not. Okay, yeah, we definitely have something good going on here. I'm okay with that. We might have to enable the glow for a better effect. Yeah, definitely. We'll see. That may add some pleasant look to it, but this shadow quality is not quite what I expect. There are a lot of streaks here, and that would be under perhaps for the environment part. No, this is the environment part. This is the environment part with the sun, especially this part. Perhaps this part. So you can already see it here, but soon we'll see it here anyway. Let's fast forward a bit. But then it's gonna get dark anyway. So let's do this. Go to morning hours. So we'll do 15 hours ish, and then 5 hours, 4 hours, so noon hours, more. Things start to look tearing apart like this. So let's pause the game and then fuss with these values. This is making some difference, but blending it is blending them in is good. So let's look at this value. Doesn't do much. Let's do 0.2, 0.4, 0. This is actually changing those bands. Normal bias. That surprisingly did something interesting. The fact that it actually gets rid of some stuff. 0.1. Sun is coming down this way, so we see shadows here. This is good too. This actually it's coming from this area. So we see this shadow. Trying to see if it'll make some more sense. kind of okay with this. There's a certain this is not okay. This tearing apart. Flipped look. But this is happening because it's also happening here too. It's just that my angle is not correct. If I actually looked at it from here, those look awkward too. So this is happening because definitely this bias is too low. Put 0.1 from there. Contact. We actually looked into this contact. Affecting this part. So we'll do 0.1 here, and then the bias will be 0.2. It's still looking awkward. Maybe that should not be that high. Okay, it makes sense that we see some shadow here, but this triangular sort of missing point is not the meaningful part. Let's do bias 0.1. Contact is change the. This is actually okay-ish. This is okay too. Contact is 0.5. Okay, beyond a certain value, it doesn't make much. Here we can maybe change the bias to 2. Let's do 0.5 here too. This is weird. Almost there, almost there. This part doesn't make sense. Same part here. Should be in shadow too. That happens when you increase the contact. Let's see. So this shouldn't. Looks okay-ish. So when you increase the contact, see, there's an overlapping area there. Understand it a lot better. This looks okay shape-wise. This looks okay too, shape-wise and sort of detail. Let's see if there's any tearing effect here. There is none. There's a bit of like a weird thing going on here. This is perhaps okay. Depth range is optimized or stable. Not making much. Bias split scale is, let's change this to. Okay. See if it's screwing it up here. Let's blend them. Okay. Let's try different values here. A bit delicate operation really. I'm going to take the editor to the other screen. I cannot read your comments, but I can focus on this. Let's see. There's definitely some artifact here. Let's change the bias back to 0.1 and contrast to this. I'm expecting to see this flat, like the bottom part shadow there too. That's not happening. So let's change our split points to default values. Let's do everything default. Okay. This is the most default we can see the scene. So, what is wrong with this scene? What if we did only the default settings in Godot? We enable the shadow. And keep in mind that this is, oops, this is actually using SSAO. Without that, it would look even more, illuminated. This is the part where it's not making much sense. So let's try with max distance. No effect at all. Okay, depth range, stable, optimized. Video optimized. For detail versus moon. Okay, video optimized. Let's change the split values from 0.1, 0.2, 0.5 to 0.2, 0.4, 0.8. Not much change. Blend the splits. Okay. Blend them. You're losing this top part. You're losing this, so essentially stuff is disappearing. So I'll just take the split one back to its original value, this one, and this is default too. Split blend now. No, that's not really good. So let's now at this point change the contact value from 0 to higher value. When we do that, the shadow is actually coming here. Now, see, here's the problem. This contact value, let me look at the contact, 0.06. But without it, there's a gap between the building and this pipe. The shadow should actually be here. This makes sense. And it's coming from this. If you increase the contact, the shadow is, you can see, is starting where the pipe is. But this doesn't make sense. This only makes sense. Well, this kind of makes sense too, but it's perhaps too dark, right? This has to be sort of bright, fully dark-ish, and something in between. I think this is happening because I'm not using in Dave's backyard, in the environment settings, Dave's backyard environment, none of this is using global illumination. Global. What I'm looking for is essentially in the marketing scene is PI probe. Not really using that. Now, I think that will make a huge difference. Let's run the game again. The game. I'll turn the camera. Looks okay now, but it's not going to look like that. So let's actually fast forward. This is already wrong here, like that's why we are increasing the content. But I don't want to do that yet. So into this environment scene, I'm going to introduce a GI probe. Okay, real-time global illumination probe. I did it, and I'm going to stretch the extents to perhaps 50, and then I'll do 15, and then in Z I'll do 50. Okay. Problem though, perhaps this object should not be in the environment, should be in the level. Nevertheless, let's bake it. So if something happens, we don't know what happened, so let's run the game. And also, as I keep doing this, I'll change the date, time of the day to perhaps 11:50. That's true. And going on. Here it is. So I'm gonna pause the game. Okay, I can already see some big changes here. This shadow is connecting properly. This is calculated properly. The bottom is actually there. There is still a bit of weird sort of distance between the foot of the stuff is still looking floating, but maybe now we go back here, sun, and we do the contact 0.1. Made no difference at all. Okay, that's making some. Change the bias. So okay, minus sort of did it. Let's do 1 hour later. That looks okay to me. Let's pause. This looks like a better blending here. There's still that ripping effect. Cool. Normal bias. What did I do? That blend splits. 0. That was actually 0. This was 0 too, which is what you would expect. 0.8. Maybe this should be 0.5. Too little. That's a bit of artifact here. Not that important. This is maybe more. Let's change this to 0.5 again. Too little. 0.7. Okay. 0.1 in bias split scale. Do that up and down to see if it's blended. Blending is sort of doing something, but contact. Interestingly, this looks okay. Too much. 0.19, just enough here, and a little bit too much here. 0.1. That's better. 0.5, too low. 0.55 is also low. 0.6 is just enough. I can still see some okay, I guess. 0.7. How about 1? Then you are losing the Are we losing that for this reason or another reason? 65. Let's not, when we blend them, get this benefit here. Not sure if this makes any sense, or I mean, when I said benefits, weird thing. What is this area? Blending makes much more sense. Yeah, there's this magical value. 0 minus 0, 19. Things start to look drastically better. There's this contact value, which is changing a lot of things too. There's this sort of fast forward time. Just want to rule out this guy's shadow coming. Contact. When you increase the contact, that is definitely what we want. This makes sense to me too. This is what I was. This is exactly, it's not exactly volumetric shadow, but there should have been something in it. This is okay. This part, of course, doesn't. There's just too much contact here. So let's do, instead of 0.58, let's do 0.25. Okay. And perhaps 0.2. I think this is the most foul one, or the noticeable one. 0.2. It's okay too. 0.1. That's when we start to lose it. 0.15. Okay, that's okay, and we could actually go even higher because this shit is 0.18. If that is happening for a different reason. 18 to this. This looks okay. This looks slightly off to me. That is still happening because of contact. Too little contact and nothing. This is then lost. Let's change the splits then into. Okay, we'll do it with the splits. Perhaps this should be higher. To 0.5, 0.6 to 0.7. What happened here? This might be it. We have some shadow. This looks okay. A bit maybe too blurry, but it's okay. Let's just run the game. The things are looking. What's this? Let's go to morning hours. Okay. Okay, this is the part that doesn't make sense. Ingodo is crashing soon. Something is happening for sure. Okay. Change to normal bias again. It's 0.65. It definitely changes this area. That's such a... Okay, I made it 0.8. seem to fix the floor. So that is good news. We are going to see if it's going to change this contact. There's still that weird reflection there. This looks okay to me. This tree is also looking okay. There's a bit of missing contact here. And also some artifacts. Yeah, we are missing that contact here. Let's do 0.1. Okay, let's increase the contact to 15. Okay-ish. Okay-ish. What I'm not getting is, let me see, I think this Dave's backyard, ground. Let's select it. Here's mesh instance. This material. This is looking reflective. Oh, on the game. There is the shadow, but on this surface we have reflection of this post. And I think that is happening because my world environment setting reflections. First of all, let's enable it. Let's disable it. Okay, that's doing it. However, we might need to have that on, but in our sun settings, in the light, we have a specular one. Let's turn it off. Not really changing anything. Okay, let's do that 0.5. Problem is, why is the surface reflective? Let's go back to Dave's backyard. This is the material, right? I'm going to decrease the roughness like this. I'll take it back. I'm going to change the metallicity. Oh, the specular is 0.5. That should be 0 all the way. Default is actually 0. And when it's 1, it's reflecting even more. Yeah. That changes a lot of things. Maybe, maybe not. But on that note, I think I'm going to conclude it here. It's 6 o'clock, and might do longer streams later during the week. Uh, but that's it for today. We looked into environment settings, directional light settings, brought in a few more assets to see the composition and the light distribution. We might have to curate this scene with better layout. But we'll go from here, and it's just about fine-tuning, and then maybe there will be a better color balance. Maybe I'll do the pig roots so that things look more balanced. But that's it for today, and see you on the next one.